Well, good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, especially, of course, to our students, their families, their friends who are with us today. And it's a great pleasure to open this very important afternoon. As you know, the students have been working very hard for several weeks, I would say even 7 months, to prepare, to research and prepare an important report on a specific topic they have chosen. The scientific committee, the different members of the scientific committee, reviewed these reports the last few days, and we discussed them this morning. We really were happy to realize how much work had been put into this project by all the students, and amazed by the quality of what was presented. The paper is one thing, but of course, it's important that the students summarize what they have written. Most of them have written about 100 pages, without including the annexes. For some of them, it was a lot of paper, but about 100 pages, yes, have to be summarized now and presented in the most clear and understandable way. And this is also part of the effort that the students have to learn during their program. So, without losing more time, I would like to invite Group 1 to come to stage. And to start their presentation as soon as you are ready.
Test. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to our presentation about the fans behind the figures. Why are you here today? Is it because family or friends brought you here? Is it because of the presentation itself, the game, so to speak? Or is it because of the show and the opera after the event? We are interested in exactly this question, but regarding women's football. We're a team of 4. Jenny Decker from San Diego, Greg GOMIS from Paris, Thiago MARINO, and I'm Julian SCHLUMPF from Basel. Those 3 come from countries that shaped the women's game in important and often complicated ways. And these countries aren't just past leaders, they're future ones too. Brazil will host the 2027 Women's World Cup. England broke attendance records during hosting the Euros and is poised to host the 2035 Women's World Cup. France hosted the 2019 edition, and the United States, already home to multiple World Cup titles, is widely expected to co-host the 2031 World Cup. But all this doesn't mean women's football had the same chance to grow as men's football. In fact, the opposite is true. While the first men's World Cup in football was played almost 100 years ago, women's football in England was banned by the Football Association for 50 years, starting in 1921. 50 years, 5-0. In Brazil, it was illegal for nearly 4 decades, and in France, banned under the Vichy regime. Lastly, the oldest professional league in the US is just 24 years old. These bans erased decades of potential heroes and memories. And when a sport starts that late, the fandom starts late too. And yet, something is shifting now. Since the World Cups in 2019 and 2023, we've seen undeniable spikes in interest. Stadiums have filled, sponsors are investing, TV numbers are climbing. Across domestic leagues, that energy isn't always translating. Attendance is still inconsistent. For example, while in France and the US, spectator numbers in the top women's leagues have risen slightly in the past 3 seasons, they have fallen by 10% in England compared to last season. We can see the outcomes, but we don't fully understand the why. That's what led us to our main research question. Why do people attend women's football matches in Brazil, England, France, and the United States?
To understand where we're going, it is important to know where we're coming from. That's why we started with a literature review. There, we found a gap. Most people are not asking who are the women's football fans and why they go to the games. So with that in mind, we came up with an online survey. We had in 3 languages, English, Portuguese, and French, and we wanted to see not only what the women's football fans could answer those questions, but also we had 2 control groups. We asked also men's football fans and non-football fans so we could compare and see if there are any missed opportunities in there. Those are potential fans. So with that, we identify the problems and the missed opportunities. And last but not least, we have the case studies. So we can see in the industry what are other clubs doing and if there any solution to those same problems. So what do we want to know from the fans? What brings them to the stadium? Is it the quality of the game? Is it the social aspect? Or is the sense of belonging to a community? How do they engage beyond the game? Is it through social media? Is by purchasing merchandise or even recommending to a friend? And why do some people not go at all? I was talking about the men's football fans and the non-football fans. Is there any barriers preventing them from not going to the game? And how can we convince them otherwise? So, why do people go? Quality of the game, women's football development, and stadium location are important in all those 4 countries. And it makes sense. When you think about it, in most of these countries, the football was banned. So now people want to support it. When it comes to marketing, and also the social aspect of the game is important to most of these countries. And Brazil and England have a soft spot for star players. And well, how do they engage? When you look at social media perception, where 1 is the lowest and 5 is the highest, so the higher this grade, the more satisfied fans are with their respective club's social media, we can see that Brazil is not very satisfied in that sense. And when it comes to merchandise, not many Brazilian fans are also buying stuff, whereas in the United States, people are actually engaging. But why is this so important? Well, when you look to correlations here, the green number shows that there is a positive correlation between the social media perception and the merchandise. But what does these even mean? Well, the green numbers mean that if you're buying merchandise or if you're satisfied with your club's social media, it is more likely that you're going to attend the game. So, are there any barriers to those control groups? Let's say the men's football fans. Well, we asked them a lot of questions, and we came up with this big table with a lot of numbers with all the questions we made, and in conclusion, no. There are no barriers. Nothing is preventing them to go to the games. Then you might ask, well, if nothing is preventing them, then why they just don't go? Well, I use an example. Is there anything preventing you from going to the zoo this weekend? Probably not. Are you going? I don't know. But the point is, there are no major barriers, and now the point is, how can we incentivize those people that don't have any barriers to actually go? Well, we realize that if you have a free ticket, or if you have a friend or a family member to go with, it is most likely that people will be convinced and go with you to those games. But these are all general findings from these 4 countries. Now we're going to take you through more particular findings.
So Brazil showed us the steeper drop between the passion for football and the turnout for the women's game. Fans here told us that they don't feel connected to teams or players online. In particular, the social media is not a motivating factor for fans to attend matches. The weak digital perception mirrors what we saw next. Very few fans order season tickets, and most only attend 1 or 2 matches per season. This low visibility and low engagement creates a cycle where attendance remains stagnant. To break the cycle, we looked at two clubs doing different things. The first is Barcelona Femení. The strategy blends emotional connection with data-driven insights, using fan feedbacks and analytics to shape their digital storytelling. The result is a player-first targeted approach that keeps the women's team visible and relevant. The second is Angers City Football Club. Their approach to season ticket is about more than access. It's about values. The tickets are positioned as investment in the community, not just seats in the stadium. They also activate fans beyond match days through local events and purpose-driven messaging. They don't want you to feel like you're only giving money to the club, but you're also getting that same value back. Together, these case studies show the power of design both online and offline experiences with intention. For Brazil, they offer proof that you want people to show up, you have to meet them where they are first. In England, fans are already showing up. That's not an issue, it's not a problem. Non-women's fans are already going to matches, but enthusiasm does not lead to consistency. Many are missing games not because they don't care, but because they simply don't know where they are happening. And the most common reason someone will attend a match, because a friend or family member invited me. The decision is purely social. Arsenal Women's give us a glimpse of what works. Early bird pricing, tiered tickets, and radio ads to boot are honest. The takeaway? Design match day to be easy to attend, easy to share, and visible the spaces fans already live. That's all you turn online and one-time spectators into returners. In France, the interest of women's football is there, but the connection often is not. Fans talk about poor digital engagement. They don't see the team, players, or match the excitement online. The experience feels kind of distant. Infrastructure can also get in the way. Geography and transportation challenges make it harder to simply show up. But some clubs are rethinking that. Paris FC uses family-friendly pricing and clear action-oriented marketing to make the decision to attend feel easy and inclusive. In Olympique Lyonnais is going bigger, hosting games in the same stadium as the men's team, and they're creating a stadium village concept to make the travel worth it. France is not lacking interest, it's lacking intimacy and infrastructure. The clubs that close that gap will be the ones who grow. So now, Geneva, as an American citizen, will be the best person to actually show you the best case we actually analyze in WSL.
In the US, loyalty runs deep. Fans have stuck with women's football across leagues, formats, and generations. But this isn't just about loyalty to a team. It's about identity, shaped by years of playing, coaching, watching your family members, growing up alongside the women's national team. And social dynamics matter. Time and again, we saw that people attend because someone they know invited them, It's not necessarily about the star on the pitch, it's about who's sitting next to you. And lastly, fandom is situational, not ideological. It appears that most non-fans are not avoiding women's football on principle. They're simply waiting for the right invite or the right price. That's why we look to Denver. This new NWSL team is building a purpose-driven model from the ground up. A stadium designed for accessibility and atmosphere, a lifestyle approach tied to match days with culture, food, and experience, a fan-centric approach that brings together casual and multi-generational fans. In short, Denver is designing for the kind of fan we found. So, what do we do with all this? We factored in historical nuances, analyzed behaviors, and contextualized our findings with some promising examples. Now we want to turn that into something tangible, something that clubs can act on. This slide brings it all together. Each checkmark you will see isn't just a theory, it's a researched response to the needs and barriers we uncovered in our literature review, our survey, and our case studies. In Brazil, it's about building visibility and connection. Launch dedicated Instagram pages, create player-first content that uses data to stay relevant, establish season ticket offerings that create social value, not just access. For England, our findings pointed to two essential strategies: create more awareness and improve ticketing models. That's why these recommendations matter. An Instagram-first approach, for example, puts the information in the hands of the fans. Free or discounted tickets lower the barrier for attendees. For France, the opportunities are more structural. Invest in infrastructure so that attendance feels like a choice, not an obstacle. And for the US, it's about designing around lifestyle. Free tickets can nudge curious individuals across the line, but the bigger opportunity is this: treat match day like a cultural offering, not just a sporting one. What we're recommending isn't a list of generic fixes, it's a set of strategies grounded in emotional and behavioral insights. In Brazil, it's about being visible and credible. In England, it's about activating networks of friends and family. In France, it's about amplifying quiet loyalty into shared atmosphere. And in the US, long-term fandom lives at the intersection of sport, identity, and social connection. But when you step back, there's something else worth noting. We never propose a one-size-fits-all model. Each country needs something different, and that's the point. Understanding the fan means understanding their context. And that's what makes this work different, is how we approach the question. We didn't ask, how do we sell more tickets? We asked, what makes someone want to go in the first place? That demand-side view is missing from a lot of conversations. And by anchoring this in 4 very different fan contexts, we reveal what drives real lasting fandom, not just temporary attendance spikes. What we found is that attendance doesn't grow from better football alone. It grows when the emotional architecture around the match is right. When clubs design for emotion, for community, and for the realities of fans' lives, that's when it sticks. Our data makes it clear. Loyalty doesn't just follow the ball, it follows the feeling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Group 1. A few minutes more than the 15 minutes and ask Group 2 to be ready and come to the stage.
Good morning to the Scientific Committee. Good morning to the Scientific Committee, classmates, respected industry professionals, family members, and to those joining us online. My name is Marko, and alongside Rudolf, DEMA, and Risa, we are Group 2. Today, we're going to discuss a subject that intersects tradition, commercial sponsorships, and fan culture. This topic is stadium naming rights. Now, as many as you know, a stadium is more than merely a venue for a football match. It serves as a home, a central gathering point for our club supporters, and a powerful symbol of identity, history, and community. It is precisely because of this emotional significance that the issue of stadium naming rights has become controversial in European football today. This has been especially evident in this case of German club Hamburg SV, whose home ground, the Volksparkstadion, has long served as a central pillar of the club's identity. For many supporters, it is not just a stadium, it's a place embedded into the collective memory of every fan. Now, if we look at this image, besides the renovations in the roof, there's one particular interesting name that shows up. It's highlighted in yellow here, where we see Imtech Arena. Imtech Arena took the corporate sponsorship of the stadium in 2010. This obviously led to discontent among supporters. So much so that billionaire Michael Krune, a longtime Hamburg supporter, bought a majority stake in the club in 2015 and promptly decided to restore the historical name of Volksparkstadion. This move came after over a decade of growing discontent among fans, and it led to him saying it was a matter of the heart for the club that the home of Hamburg carries its original name once again. His statement underscores the emotional connection supporters have with tangible symbols like the stadium, highlighting how fan identity and sentiment are intricately tied to these landmarks. This served as the starting point for our investigation. Through a comprehensive literature review, we discovered that these elements contribute to a strong emotional attachment among fans, which often results in fan resistance when cherished physical structures like stadiums are being commercialized by the sport of football. The review helped us to develop a theoretical framework where we identified 9 key factors that influence how clubs manage these important elements. The one factor that stood out to us as a group was an underexplored area that wasn't highlighted in previous academic research: the role of club communication and involvement of supporters in decision-making processes. Specifically, we hypothesized that better communication and greater fan involvement in the decision-making process could increase the likelihood of clubs successfully utilizing naming rights. Specifically, we wanted to build on this gap. We addressed the question, what role does club communication play in shaping fan resistance to stadium naming rights? Through an explanatory approach, we have segmented our research into 3 different segments. First, we map out the ecosystem using secondary data for stadium naming rights agreements in the top 5 European football leagues and the top 5 professional North American sports leagues. North America was chosen as a benchmark because naming rights are standard practice there, allowing us for a comparative analysis to identify the reasons to why naming rights isn't occurring in Europe. Second, we employed a case study approach based on outreaches for qualitative interviews with 72 club representatives and 30 supporters across the top 5 European leagues. From this outreach, 4 commercial representatives responded, and 14 fans were willing to have a conversation with us. This guided our case studies to analyze Newcastle United, Celta Vigo, and Atletico Madrid. Lastly, we complement our case study approach with the broader open questionnaire to capture supporters' attitudes across all 5 leagues in European football. We received 51 responses, where the combination of the in-depth case studies and the open questionnaire provides us with a richer understanding to the challenges clubs are facing when implementing naming rights, but more specifically, how effective communication can help reduce fan resistance. Our mapping of the ecosystem starts with data that was provided to us by Sponsor Globe. We analyzed the volume of naming rights. We analyzed the volume of naming rights agreements alongside their contract dates. This analysis aimed to determine whether the historical nature of stadiums is a factor preventing clubs from fully capitalizing on this asset. The comparison between Europe and North America reveals significant differences in the adoption of stadium naming rights. In Europe, the average stadium opened in 1957, with the first naming rights deal generally occurring around 2013. In contrast, the average North American stadiums opened in 1999, with naming rights deals being secured as early as 2005. So what does this mean? Why is there fan resistance in Europe and not in North America? A closer evaluation of stadiums with the naming rights agreement, both newly constructed and older historic venues, reveals key differences. North America experienced a stadium construction boom in the 1990s and early 2000s, resulting in over 122 new stadiums, many of which were built with corporate sponsorship integrated from the outset of the stadium itself. In contrast, European football largely relied on older and traditional stadiums, where fans often have strong emotional attachments. Consequently, 68% of European stadiums with the naming rights partner is agreed upon on an older venue. The historical significance of these stadiums combined with fan resistance creates unique obstacles for European clubs aiming to commercialize their venues.
So now I'm going to walk you through the case studies which we chose. We had 3 case studies: Atletico Madrid, Newcastle, and Celta Vigo. But I'm going to start with Newcastle because it's one of the most interesting ones. And in 2011, Mike Ashley renamed St. James Park to Sport Direct without consulting fans. Ashley aimed to leverage Newcastle's United global recognition to promote his brand, Sports Direct, which is a little bit funny. Then Newcastle failed to consult fans, leads to significant backlash. Fans felt emotionally betrayed. It felt as if it was an attack on the history and identity of the club. And it's equally important to note that Newcastle St. James Park has been the ground of Newcastle since 1892. This led to protests and chants in stadiums, public outcry in the media, and petition to rename back the grounds to its old name. So just shortly after a year, as you can see from the images, Sports Direct Arena was taken down and the old ground was reverted back to its former name. The second case study is going to be on Celta Vigo, a Spanish football club. In this case, Celta Vigo was struggling financially and they entered a naming rights agreement with Abanca for their Balaido Stadium in 2018. The reason behind this was clearly communicated to fans, so fans knew about it and were more receptive about the stadium naming rights agreement. The key takeaways here could fall down into 2 buckets. The first was clear communication, which obviously made fans to be more receptive about it. Then the second is the regional connection. Abanca is a local bank in Galicia, and they have deep regional ties. So these fans were on board with this renaming. The third case study is going to be focused on Atletico Madrid, but before I walk you through the various naming rights agreements, it's important that I give you some context because here we are moving from an old stadium to a new ground. But in this case, I'm presenting on the old stadium first. So the Estadio Vicente Calderón has been home to Atletico Madrid for more than a decade, 50 decades, from 1966 to 2017. The Calderón's infrastructure was failing in 2010, and the club decided we needed upgraded facilities in order to stay competitive and to maximize revenue on the ever-increasing fan base of Atletico Madrid. Leaving the Calderón was very emotionally challenging for the fans and the supporters, as well as the club itself, but the fans understood the need for a new state-of-the-art facility. So now this brings me to the evolution of the Atletico Madrid's naming rights and the transition to a new stadium which was built in 2017. 2017 marked a new era at the Wanda Metropolitano, and the Wanda is a Chinese firm
who signed a naming agreement with Atletico Madrid worth 10 million over a course of 5 years. Then in 2022, there was a shift to Civitas Metropolitano, and Civitas is a Spanish real estate firm, and they had almost the same naming rights agreement with Wanda, so still 10.2 million. Then comes 2014 with a big naming rights agreement from Riyadh Air, a Saudi airline company, which is valued at over 33.3 million euros. So the key takeaways from these are that, first of all, new stadiums offer a new slate, and it's possible for you to kind of go about naming rights with less resistance as compared to older historic grounds. Atletico Madrid's case is very interesting because it offers a progressive rebranding using hybrid namings, the transition from the Wanda Metropolitano to Civitas Metropolitano and now to Riyadh Air. And last but not the least, transparency in communications in terms of the naming rights agreement fees, which were communicated across once the deals were made.
And we realized that 3 case studies may increase a significant research limitation. So we broadened our scope by conducting online questionnaire, as Marko mentioned earlier. This questionnaire utilized the same question as our case studies, allowing us to see if there is any significant difference between our case study and any other wider fan base. We gathered a response from 51 European football fans, representing these 18 clubs listed here. From this data, we identified 4 key findings. First, 94% said they have not been asked by their club regarding their opinion of naming rights decision. The majority of the fans have not reached out by the club regarding the naming rights, even most of the team already have the naming rights. Second, 75% feel more acceptance of naming rights deal if fans were involved earlier in decision-making process. 3/4 of people feel that earlier involvement in the naming rights may change the perception positively. This number shows that fans put a high value on involvement. Thirdly, 73% said they would be more accepting of a naming rights if the financial benefit of the agreement was communicated clearly. Presenting the financial necessity and strategic justification for naming rights transparency is highly effective in fostering fans' acceptance. Lastly, 37% agree that corporate naming rights partner will damage the relationship between the club and supporters. While this is not a majority, it's a significant figure that cannot be overlooked. It suggests that not every portion of the fan base has a reservation. In total, these questionnaires show that our case studies are not so different from what fans of our other clubs are considering. Our research explores the role that club communication play in shaping fans' resistance to stadium naming rights agreements. We conclude that club communication play in shaping fans' resistance to stadium naming rights play a crucial role. Based on our studies, we have 4 recommendations: establishing a fan advisory, involvement in the decision-making process, clear transparency, and monitoring fan sentiment. First, establish your fan advisory. Tottenham fan said, so now every club in the Premier League has to have a fan advisory board, which they are meant to consult on certain issues. So most of the team have a fan advisory already. However, the club team needs to make sure that the system is working. Sometimes the team needs to find a way to reach out to the fans' real voice, not depending on this system. Second, involvement in decision-making process. Atletico fans said, but I believe that they should find a way to involve the supporters in certain decisions. The club is a private entity, but the fan is willing to not to just decide, but more like to be involved in the process and be part of it. Third, clear transparency. A Newcastle fan mentioned that the need to generate significant revenue and to change the stadium naming rights. Transparency is, in opinion, the best approach. Fans are eager to hear the plan, especially about financial strategy, directly from the club, not from the media or elsewhere. Fourth, monitor fan sentiment. So the Vigo commercial representative mentioned that it's your stadium, and you have to take care of your roots. Monitor your communication, your marketing, and your values. The fan voice could be changed from the time to time, depending on the result and the media's voice. So the club needs to make sure how it's going, even if after the decision. Once again, the club communication with the fan plays a significant role in stadium naming rights, and effective communication may help preventing fan resistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And like the other groups, you will have fire questions. And now I would like to ask Group 3 to join me on the stage and take their position for their presentation. Group 3.
How do I make it full screen? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tristan Wendell from the United States, and I'm joined today by the rest of my team, Antonio Lindemann from Germany, Vitor Recchia from Brazil, and Ryan Goose, also from the United States. Together, we want to talk to you about stakeholder representation in football and the voice we feel is missing from the conversation. So we begin with a deceptively simple question. Is there a need for an international representative body for coaches? This became our driving mantra over this year and opened a broader investigation into labor protections and the structural absence of social dialogue for coaches at the global level. Before presenting our findings, I'll briefly define two key terms that run throughout our research, with the first being coach. For our research, this includes professional football coaches across the men's and women's game, from head coaches to assistants. The second term we need to define is representative body. We define this as an organized institution with the authority to engage in social dialogue, meaning structured negotiations or consultations between workers, employers, and governing entities. In football, FIFPRO is the clearest example of this, acting as the global voice of professional players in collective labor conversations, whereas a gap exists for coaches. And so our question became, if such a body were to exist to address that gap, what would meaningful representation actually look like? And to answer that, we turn to the literature. Through our review of academic research and policy documents, we identified three recurring themes, the core areas where coaches consistently lack protection and support. These became the foundation of our research and what we refer to as the three pillars of analysis. And those pillars are legal support, access, and mental health. The first pillar we identified is legal support. Football coaches often work under precarious contracts with very limited protection. Their employment is frequently short-term, loosely defined, and susceptible to abrupt termination, many times without due process. This becomes especially complex in transnational contexts, where coaches must navigate conflicting legal systems and often lack any formal institutional support. What we found was not only a lack of legal safeguards, but a near total absence of mechanisms to enforce them. The second pillar we found was access. And despite the global diversity of football, coaching remains one of its least inclusive professions. Barriers related to race, gender, nationality, and socioeconomic status persist at every level. Coaching development pathways, from licensing to hiring, often favor existing networks based on privilege and familiar connection. This has significant consequence not only for the individual careers of coaches, but for the broader health of the football ecosystem as a whole. As representation in this context isn't simply about identity, it's about inclusion and conversations that shape policy and practice. Our third and final pillar is mental health. Today, across sport, mental health is finally being taken seriously, especially for players who increasingly have access to psychologists and structured wellness support. But coaches face many of the same, if not greater, performance pressures. Like players, they're expected to deliver under intense scrutiny. Unlike players, however, the consequences are often immediate, with public criticism or even dismissal after a poor run of results. Despite this, mental health for coaches remains almost entirely undersupported. It's treated as a personal, not a professional issue, and rarely discussed at the organizational level. Without structures in place and without a seat at the table in social dialogue, coaches continue to carry this burden alone. In summary, these three pillars, legal support, access, and mental health, reflect deep structural needs within the coaching profession. I'll now hand it over to Antonia, who will walk you through our research and unpack some of the case studies we explored.
In order to evaluate whether there's a genuine need for a global representative body for football coaches, we also wanted to ground our research on existing and historic attempts at representation. And here's where our three case studies come in: FIFPRO, AEFCA, and WSCA. Starting with FIFPRO, the International Union for Professional Football Players. Today, it represents over 60,000 players around the world, of both men and women, together with its affiliated player associations in over 70 countries. Since its foundation in 1965, FIFPRO has continued to improve working conditions, protect their rights, and ensures that their voice is being heard in every decision affecting the game. And that's the key point. Football players have a voice. They're part of the social dialogue. But coaches are still largely left out of that conversation. We then looked at AEFCA, the Alliance of European Football Coaches Associations. It was formed in 1980, and for years it brought coaches together through annual symposiums. These events were valuable because they gave coaches a sense of community and a place to connect. But AEFCA stayed focused on networking and didn't develop into a representative body. With too little income, and when COVID hit, many national coaches associations couldn't afford to stay members, and AEFCA quietly faded out. That history led us to WSCA, the World Soccer Coaches Association, a new initiative launched in 2024. Based in Switzerland, it was formed by some of the same people as AEFCA, but this time with a global focus. They want to bring coaches together from all over the world, not just Europe, and stay independent from FIFA and UEFA, hoping this autonomy will allow them to eventually challenge institutions when needed. So far, their main plan has been to host symposiums. However, planning the logistics have already been proven difficult, as many coaches associations told us they cannot afford the travel costs due to their tight budgets, especially without more direct support. Still, WSCA's existence tells us something important. The gap is real. People asking the questions, can a global body for coaches work? Should it be fully independent or connected to something like FIFPRO or even FIFA? The case studies show coaches want to be heard. Creating a sustainable and independent environment will take time, surely. But probably a new approach will help addressing the issues coaches still face today.
Exactly, Antonia. Coaches operate in an extremely unstable environment. While a typical business manager is evaluated once every year or every semester, football coaches' performance is measured every week through the team's results. This leads to a world average of 66% of coaches who are in their jobs for less than 1 year, going up to 100% in Ecuador. Moreover, the average tenure of a coach in a job is less than 6 months and can be as low as 116 days in some leagues as Costa Rica. Imagine that in some leagues, none of the coaches who start the season finish it, having to switch jobs multiple times per year. And this is not a privilege of Latin American countries. Even in Italian Serie A, the only 2 coaches who were at the clubs for more than 1 year this past season, at Inter and Atalanta, left their clubs this past month. I imagine that many of you present here today have had a coach either at your club or a national team, change in the last 12 months. As long as coaches remain absent from the social dialogue, this will continue. But what's this actually done for them? National coaches associations exist in many countries. They are the representative bodies for coaches, advocating for them in their domestic landscape. To better understand what they do, we elaborated a survey dedicated to them and asked questions such as, what are your main areas of focus? What are your main difficulties? And ultimately, do you believe a global body for coaches would benefit your organization? In the interviews, we were able to talk to some very well-developed associations, such as the LMA in England or the UNICEF in France, but also to the under-resourced but very well-organized Colegio in Chile or in Nepal, where they didn't even have pro licenses for coaches. They all showed great interest in our research, and we even had WSCA reach out to us offering to help in our research. All of this made us realize the magnitude and the importance of the topic that we were addressing. But doing the Coaches Association survey wasn't easy. We weren't aiming at fans. We were aiming at presidents and secretary generals of coaches associations, which are very hard to reach out to. And since there is a centralized body, we first had to figure out what associations existed. We mapped them out to 70, which is coherent, although we believe there could be more, especially in Asia, where the language barrier is greater. We were able to find 50 that had contact information in green in the map, which means that 20 don't even have that. To facilitate the answers, we translated the survey into 6 languages that we speak, and used the tool to translate it to 15 others. We ultimately got 26 responses, representing all 6 continents, for a 52% response rate. When we ask what do coaches associations do, our 3 pillars mentioned by Tristan in blue were often among the most cited. But we also learned about the importance of other initiatives they do, such as research or coaching licensing. This is valuable insight to understand what needs to be addressed. For example, 71% of the associations provide legal support for the members, which seemed like the most basic activity for one European association that we interviewed. But actually, more than 1/4 of the associations don't even provide that. This proves the need for development of all associations, who lack funding and resources, and are often having more volunteers than employees. Another topic that came back often was the validity of coaching licenses across confederations, which is especially true for coaches coming from the American continent or from Asia who are trying to come work in Europe. Finally, to the question that overrides this research, 23 out of the 26 respondents responded in favor of a global body for coaches, although some thought of interesting alternatives to a globalized central body, as will be discussed by Ryan.
Over the course of our research, one thing has become clear. The support for football coaches does not always match what is asked of them in their profession. Coaches working abroad struggle with unpaid wages and unjust terminations, and often without the resources or avenues to fight back. While player populations have become more diverse, the hiring process for coaches is often dominated by informal networks of familiarity rather than fair, open opportunity, which hinders diversity. On top of that, mental health support is not prioritized. Coaches are often under huge pressure, and instead of being helped by their employer, they can be fired and scapegoated. As seen in our survey results and case studies, the support systems in place today seem to be insufficient. National coaches associations are trying, but many simply do not have the resources. And what's missing isn't just funding, it's connection. Our research question asks, is there a need for an international representative body for football coaches? After surveying associations, interviewing industry experts, and reviewing our case studies, we believe that at the very least, a change in the current landscape is needed. On a global scale, coaches face serious challenges that current associations and governing bodies have not been able to address efficiently and effectively. As Vitor mentioned earlier, 88% of our respondents believe a global coaches association would benefit their organization. What we recommend is change to the current landscape to allow for more collaboration and dialogue on how to best serve coaches all around the world. Where there's professional football, there are coaches. And where there are coaches, there should be a strong association representing their best interests. FIFA recognizes 211 football countries around the world. From what we found in our research, there are only 65 country-specific associations, and this is not how to best serve one of football's biggest stakeholders. Where coaches associations exist, they need to be developed and well-resourced. Finding sustainable, independent funding solutions and becoming officially recognized by relevant governing bodies are just a few of the many things that these associations are asking for. Where they do not exist, they should be created and should be driven by the coaches themselves who know their country and profession the best. All of this becomes most effective and efficient with the sharing of knowledge and best practices. This saves time and money, which are two scarce resources in this context. Looking ahead, deeper conversations with coaches associations and coaches themselves would help build stronger global data, especially underrepresented areas who can provide a more clear picture of their daily challenges. It's also important to speak with other key stakeholders like clubs, player unions, and governing bodies to understand where cooperation is possible and where change is needed. To truly support coaches, we need to listen more, connect more, and build solutions that reflect their voices all around the world. Coaches play a vital role in football, but without international coordination, they remain on the margins of social dialogue. Throughout our research, we've been encouraged by the strong interest shown by a wide range of stakeholders, from national coaches associations to industry experts and even high-level FIFA staff members. Their engagement confirms that this is not just an academic question, but a real and relevant issue in the global landscape. The momentum around our research shows that the conversation about coaches' representation is not only needed, but that has already begun. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we move to questions. I would like to say first that the supervisor for this group was Dr. Marston. Now, questions from Dr. Dichter. Congratulations. Now in the program we have a coffee break. It doesn't mean you have to drink coffee, but there will be some drinks waiting for you outside. Please, the break will be a little bit longer than planned because we are a little bit ahead of time, but still, please be seated at 3 to 3, sorry. 5 minutes before 3 o'clock, be seated so that we can resume.
But I'm not sure that it's good to...
Okay, welcome back. And we resume our session with Group 4. Please come on stage for your presentation, Group 4. I was a supervisor for this group. Welcome.
The Olympic Games are widely regarded as the pinnacle of sporting achievement. Every 4 years, athletes come together to compete, creating moments of triumph that inspire millions. But Olympic success isn't built in a moment. It is a product of a lifetime of relentless effort, discipline, and sacrifice. And for many athletes, the journey is made even harder by financial uncertainty. The question of athlete compensation goes back to the Olympic movement's origins, shaped by a long-standing commitment to amateur ideals. But in today's landscape of growing commercial revenues and the professionalization of elite sport, this debate feels more urgent than ever. Over the next 15 minutes, we're going to take you on the journey that we've been on for the last 10 months. What began as a normative question, should Olympic athletes be paid for their performances, evolved into something more structural, as we uncovered a really complex sport funding system, which changed the approach and focus of this research. But before we continue, let me introduce ourselves. I'm Daniela Woman from Peru, Spain, and the UK. Together with me are Simon Grunwork from the UK and Philip Wilson from New Zealand. Bringing together experiences in marketing, media, finance, and elite sport, we've been able to approach this research from multiple perspectives. The shift in our approach began around a core paradox. The International Olympic Committee redistributes 90% of its income. This redistribution is only a portion of a global sports funding pie, which also includes government, commercial, and philanthropic sources. Yet, most Olympic athletes report experiencing financial struggles throughout their sporting careers. One of the biggest hurdles in the Olympic path is money. I'm an Olympian, but I can't afford a mortgage. Olympians turn to OnlyFans to fund sporting dreams in a broken system. And in the midst of all of this, World Athletics' decision to offer prize money to Olympic gold medalists in Paris 2024 and the criticism that followed amplified the conversation surrounding the adequacy of the current systems. This begs the question, if there is substantial funding flowing through the system, how come athletes so often feel the benefits? Where is the disconnect? We had started asking whether athletes should be paid, but as we dug deeper, it became clear. The issue isn't just about whether support exists, but how it's distributed, who controls it, and why it so often fails to reach the athletes it's meant for. At its core, this isn't a financial problem. It is also a governance one. This led us to change our research question to: how does governance of Olympic revenue distribution affect athlete support, and what improvements could enhance transparency and impact across the movement?
Our research focused on the Olympic movement, the stakeholders responsible for managing and distributing revenue generated by the IOC. While we recognise that other stakeholders, such as national governments and high-performance agencies, play a role, our aim was to trace accountability within the movement itself. To do that, we followed the Olympic funds. At the top of the funnel sits the IOC, receiving billions in revenue through broadcasting and sponsorships. These funds enter the system as a powerful flow stream of resources intended to support the whole movement. That flow splits across three major channels: OCOGs, IFs, and NOCs. OCOGs receive significant funding from the IOC, but since they don't directly support athletes, we didn't include them in our research. The second layer of the funnel is where it becomes more complicated. IFs, such as World Athletics, that govern Olympic sports globally, receive funding from the IOC and distribute it down to their member federations in each country. Meanwhile, NOCs, such as the Canadian Olympic Committee, also receive a share. Their responsibilities include team selection, athlete support, and Olympic preparation, but the way they operate varies widely. Some NOCs are very much commercial entities, while others depend much more on state funding. This results in athlete support being shaped more by geography and politics than by performance or need of the athletes. Then we have the national federations. They are tasked with delivering direct support to athletes. In theory, they receive money from both the NOC and the IF and use it to fund training, coaching, and competition. But here comes the problem. While the funnels fall at the top, along the way, resources are naturally absorbed by the system through administrative needs, operational costs, and varying institutional priorities. By the time that flow reaches the athletes, it's often uneven, and in some cases, minimal. The reporting across layers is often inconsistent, and transparency varies widely. This makes it difficult to trace how funds move through this system or to identify where that flow stalls or changes course. So how did we go about our research? We started with a literature review, and we found substantial research on amateurism, athlete employment, and compensation. However, we identified there was a gap. There was a gap in how much attention is being paid to how that revenue is actually governed, how it moves through the system, and how that impacts athlete support. Secondly, we launched a global athlete survey. This was open to all Olympians and was distributed through the World Olympians Association. Through this, we gathered both quantitative data on income, funding, and support, and qualitative insights into how systems actually function on the ground. Next, we conducted in-depth interviews with athletes from diverse backgrounds. These conversations really brought the survey data to life, revealing what accountability, or lack of it, looks like in real terms. To understand the system from the inside, we spoke with a number of institutional stakeholders, including NOCs, IFs, and athlete representative bodies. These discussions helped us compare official narratives to what the athletes were saying. Finally, we reviewed governance documents and financial reports from NOCs and IFs, asking a simple question: does the money reach the athletes, and can we see this in the reporting? Our study had some limitations. While we had strong diversity in the survey responses, the number of completed responses limited how representative the data is across all sports and regions. We reached 10 NOCs, but only 2 IFs, which meant the IF perspective was less comprehensive than the NOCs. To address that, we interviewed the Association of Summer Olympic International Federation and also analysed financial statements. By combining personal stories, institutional voices, financial analysis, we built a 360 view of athlete sport, its structures, its failures, and where accountability must evolve. To begin presenting our findings, we will let the Olympians speak for themselves.
Asked my federation and the Olympic Committee, and they actually sees me as too old of an athlete, so they actually don't want to support me financially because of my age.
They have to go through federations, and this money getting to athletes, it's a very big problem. I've gone to NOC, I've talked to them about my problems, how federations are treating athletes very bad, and then they would say that is how we work, like we only follow what the federation says.
But I do think like if there is an athlete council and there's high performance funds, they should have a say in like what athletes think would benefit them the most. Because ultimately it's our dream that's on the line based on how they run their finances.
These are just a few of the thoughts shared by athletes we interviewed across 8 countries and 5 continents. And their perspectives weren't isolated. What we heard in those conversations was mirrored in our broader data. Across the research, we identified 4 reoccurring structural challenges: funding constraints, fragmented and opaque systems, insecure support structures, and weak athlete representation. Many domestic institutions, whether NOCs or national federations, rely heavily on public funding, which is often stagnated or declined. For instance, in Canada, federal funding for sport hasn't increased in over 2 decades, despite rising athlete costs and institutional costs. In Colombia, the funding from the government has just been cut. This leads to situations where federations leave athletes to source their own support unless they have won a medal at World Championships or Olympics. Then there are the international federations. These often rely heavily on one source of income, with up to 65% of their revenue coming from the IOC's distribution of revenues. Second is fragmented and opaque systems. Athletes rarely interact with just one body. Their support is fragmented across NOCs, IFs, national federations, government agencies, and other entities, while the reporting involved in these systems lacks a universal standard across the Olympic movement. One NOC representative told us, "The opportunities are out there, but given the fragmented nature, I think they could be realigned and streamlined as well." This not only creates inefficiencies in the system, but real gaps in coordination and access, causing some programs to be underutilised by those they are available to. Across most institutions in the Olympic movement, there's no universal standard or obligation to report how redistributed funding is actually used. Very few organisations publish how much reaches athlete-facing programs or even their national federations. This obscurity spreads responsibility so widely that no one actor is clearly accountable. As one senior IF official put it, "Show me your balance sheet and I'll tell you where your values are." Thirdly, we have insecure support cycles. The majority of funding models are short-term and performance-based, meaning that athletes often lose support after a single poor season or injury. That kind of instability makes long-term development or recovery extremely difficult. An athlete who placed 5th at the Tokyo Olympics responded to us saying, "After Tokyo, it got a lot worse for me. The experience as an athlete, as in what I had to pay for myself." While another athlete suggested that, from an athlete's perspective, it's probably more important to get support earlier on in the journey. But from a federation's perspective, sports get rewarded for how well their athletes perform at the top level. The final disconnect is weak athlete representation. Athletes are at the heart of the Olympic movement. While most organisations now have athlete commissions, they are rarely given voting rights, and reps often spend more time trying to understand the system than influencing it. One NOC official told us, "By the time you understand how things work, your term is half over." In Colombia, athlete reps were described as more informative than influential, with responsibilities that focused more on communication and training than shaping decisions. There are countries that's setting the standard and being the example for others as avenues for athlete voice are opened up. The NZOC regularly consults its athlete commission on issues outside of athlete well-being, but also on commercial partner selection. Without transparency, it's impossible to trace impact. Without representation, it's difficult to align resources with athlete needs. Together, these issues help explain the disconnect we saw between athlete funding and the athlete experience.
Let us be clear. The challenges we've outlined don't call for a complete overhaul of the Olympic system. Instead, they require targeted, practical reforms grounded in what's already working in pockets across the Olympic movement, but have yet to be scaled consistently. Our recommendations are centered on 3 pillars: transparency, representation, and stability. Transparency emerged as a fundamental need. While billions are redistributed, there's no consistent requirement for organizations to report on how the funds are used, especially when it comes to athlete support. Athlete-related spending is often buried in broad financial statements with little disaggregated data. Introducing baseline reporting standards for all recipients of redistributed Olympic revenue, including clear athlete-specific disclosures, should be a condition for future funding. A tiered model of transparency requirements can also ensure that expectations are realistic for organizations of all sizes and capacities. The second pillar is about embedding the athlete voice in decision-making. While NOCs and IFs have athlete commissions, their influence is often limited, and in many cases, athletes are consulted, but not empowered to shape the decisions that impact their careers. It doesn't have to be that way. In countries like New Zealand, Belgium, and Canada, athlete reps now hold voting seats on executive boards. These systems also actively engage with independent athlete associations, giving them space to advocate on behalf of athletes without being embedded in institutional hierarchies. Formalizing both of these practices, voting rights for athlete reps and recognition of independent bodies, would take the movement toward more accountable, athlete-centered governance. It's not just about hearing the athletes, it's about giving them the tools and the structures to be heard effectively. The third pillar is about building more stable and predictable sports systems. Short-term and results-based funding creates pressure to deliver with little flexibility for injury, recovery, or long-term development. It is a system that rewards immediate results but makes it difficult to plan or grow sustainable. We know that better models exist. Belgium's dual career program supports athletes through state employment, allowing them to combine sports and work. In New Zealand, multi-year high-performance funding gives athletes more secure foundation to train, recover, and prepare for future goals. Scaling this kind of approaches across the movement will support healthier career choices, reduce early dropout, and make elite sport more accessible. So, our project began with a simple question. Why are so many elite athletes financially insecure when there are substantial funds flowing through the Olympic system? What we found wasn't just a question of limited resources, but about how those resources are managed through systems marked by missing transparency, fragmented accountability, and a limited athlete voice. These challenges aren't insurmountable. Across the Olympic movement, examples of reform already exist. More visibility, greater stability, and a genuine representation for athletes who power the games. The Olympic values are clear. The challenge now is making sure that the system reflects them. Thank you.
Sur une question.
Thank you very much, Group 4. And now comes the time for the nasty questions. And congratulations. Now it's time for Group 5.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we're presenting our final project, which explores an issue that affects millions of fans and organizers around the world: ticket resale at major sporting events. Before I begin, I would like to introduce my colleagues. Marko, Liam, Josh, and myself, Gina, make up Group 5 of the FIFA Masters. Our team reflects a range of professional experiences, 5 languages, and 6 different nationalities. This diversity guided our approach to our project. I'm sure you're wondering why this topic matters, so let me help you. Ticket resale for profit is fundamentally driven by supply and demand on the primary market. Events like the World Cup and the Euros all have limited ticket availability, but normal global interest, as shown by the gap between ticket supply and demand. And once those tickets sell out or appear hard to get, a secondary market quickly emerges. That's where tickets are resold, often without the organizer's permission, and usually at significantly marked up prices. It might fill the demand gap, but it also creates major challenges for organizers to keep control and for fans trying to get a fair deal. If we look, the global secondary ticket market is exploding. Back in 2019, it was worth over $34 billion. And by 2029, it's expected to almost triple. This growth shows how powerful and profitable the resale market has become, but this comes at a consequence. Let's think about what this actually means for fans and organizers. The existence between 2 parallel markets, primary and secondary, combined with multiple stakeholders, creates gap in supply and demand that lead to tension. Take the upcoming FIFA World Cup. Tickets haven't even been released, but are being listed on unauthorized platforms for up to $60,000. Think about that for a second. Now take Wimbledon. For the men's single finals, tickets were being resold for as much as £20,000. These inflated prices undermine efforts to keep events accessible and divert money away from the organizers and the sport itself. To understand this problem, we need to look at those 2 markets. In the primary market, organizers sell tickets directly. Prices are often low on purpose to make events accessible and fill stadiums. But the underpricing creates an opportunity on the secondary market for people to buy those tickets and resell them at much higher prices. This secondary market used to be a person reselling tickets outside the stadium, but has turned into a sophisticated global business powered by resale platforms, bots, and social media. Now, who are the players in this ecosystem? At the core of this ecosystem revolves around 5 main actors: event organizers, regulators, ticket service providers, resale platforms, and most importantly, consumers. Organizers want control, consumers want accessibility and flexibility, platforms want to make a profit, regulators want order and legality, and it's all a bit complicated. To make matters even more complex, the global legal environment is fragmented. We identified 3 models of regulation. In prohibitionist countries like France or Qatar, resale is a crime. In restrictive systems like the UK and Germany, enforcement happens through contract terms. In permissive places like the US, resale is allowed with very little oversight. Event organizers must navigate inconsistent country-specific laws while global resale platforms continue to operate across borders.
Now that we've set the scene, let's move to our research question. How can organizers of high-demand periodic sporting events manage unauthorized ticket resale in a way that balances stakeholder interests and ensures consumer protection? To answer this, we knew we needed to take a 360-degree view of the ticketing ecosystem, not just one side of the story. So we built our approach around both supply and demand. On the supply side, we looked at event organizers, authorized and unauthorized resale platforms, ticketing service providers, and new market entrants. We conducted case studies of 4 high-demand events as seen on the slide. These events were selected because they're infrequent, globally followed, and tickets are scarce, all conditions that fuel resale. Our case studies combined interviews with organizers and analysis of documents like ticketing terms and conditions. To complete the supply side, we conducted additional in-depth interviews with the other stakeholders seen in the middle on the slide. On the demand side, we surveyed 239 consumers to understand their behaviors, preferences, and pain points around resale. This dual approach allowed us to capture real practices and consumer realities, which we'll now explore, starting with the supply side. As shown here, we began by comparing the 4 case study events across 7 dimensions, from ticketing strategy all the way to resale enforcement. This gave us a structured way to identify what's working and what's not. Let's walk through each case's best practices and limitations briefly. Let's start with FIFA and UEFA. Both events had official resale platforms, which is a major step in establishing a controlled and transparent secondary market. They also adopted a tech-forward approach by using Secutix technology, which gave organizers control over resale permissions and also access to data. This also meant that they implemented mobile-only tickets, dynamic QR codes, and Bluetooth beaconing, tools that help prevent fraud and enable real-time monitoring. However, each organizer had its own unique angle. FIFA expressed to us an openness to platform collaboration, especially to improve reach in new markets like the US. UEFA, meanwhile, invested heavily in consumer education and also partnered with a law firm to enforce their resale policies. That said, both events had very narrow windows to list tickets for resale. This limited flexibility for consumers and pushed some towards unauthorized channels. Now, Paris 2024. Like FIFA and UEFA, they had an official resale platform and used mobile-only tickets. They also built one of the most comprehensive enforcement ecosystems that we saw. They collaborated across sectors, working with Interpol, cybercrime units, and even Google. Thanks to the IOC's extensive intellectual property rights, they could also take down unauthorized ticket listings using branding violations. They also launched a wide-reaching education campaign, mobilizing everyone from athletes all the way to volunteers. Notably, they were also open to collaboration with resale platforms, but their biggest challenge was keeping their policies up to date with technological advancements. Tools were there, but some rules were still playing catch-up. Finally, Wimbledon took the strictest approach among the 4. Online resale was banned entirely, with the only exception being the bencher tickets. However, this strict resale policy was backed up with a generous refund policy, allowing fans to return tickets if needed. Their enforcement was also impressive. They hired external firms to monitor resale and conducted real-time takedowns across platforms and on-site. With strong legal support and close work with UK authorities, they claim to intercept about 90% of unauthorized resale. Still, this level of control comes with high financial and operational costs. Moreover, many of these practices rely on Wimbledon's unique advantages, like a fixed location, consistent legal setting, a smaller event size, and exceptionally high demand. So while their model is highly effective, it's not easily transferable to larger or more international events like the Olympics or the World Cup.
On to the demand side of things. To hear from those who form the basis of this industry, the fans. Without them, there are no live events, only empty venues. That's why any governance model, especially for ticketing, must have the fan in mind. We ran a global survey 239 respondents spanning all 6 continents. Reflecting our personal networks, most respondents were European or American. From the demographics, we can see that the opinions expressed reflect digitally savvy, relatively affluent, digitally mobile, globally mobile urban consumers, most of whom are experienced ticket buyers. These individuals are likely to be especially critical of ticket resale platforms lacking transparency or seeming unfair, because they are used to international standards in pricing, customer service, and ticketing systems. Going beyond these display demographics, 93% of the people we interviewed, surveyed had bought a live ticket before, 1 in 3 had attended more than 20 sporting events, and many had gone to at least one of our case study events. More than half said they had used the unofficial resale platform before. Nearly 3/4 had paid above face value, and 1 in 10 got scammed. A fake ticket, invalid, and turned away at the gate. Deeper analysis revealed that nearly 40% said it made the event less enjoyable, and some would be less willing to spend on merchandise and concessions at the event, hurting the event organizers even more. Almost 1 in 4 blamed the event organizer, not the reseller, not themselves, but the organizer, for not doing more to protect them. Why? Because the system is confusing. 38% couldn't say if a platform was authorized or not. Many suggested official certification would help them distinguish between both. That is a trust gap, not just in platforms, but in event organizers too. Unsurprisingly, many opposed resale outright, but loosened their stance if price caps were introduced. So it's not all negative. When we asked fans what they actually want, they were remarkably open. 54% said they'd accept more conditions as long as refunds were guaranteed, and 69% would still attend if events impose stricter resale rules. They want better systems, not fewer opportunities. They told us clearly, pre-sales for loyal fans, great. Official resale channels, even better. Tools to stop fraud, bring them on. But, and this is key, the moment things start to feel too commercial or too invasive, like dynamic pricing or biometric surveillance, support drops. So the message is this: fans are willing to compromise if the system is fair, transparent, and puts them first, highlighting their contradictory and convoluted nature.
So, what are our key takeaways from all of this? Firstly, while organizers share similar goals, like fair access, security, brand protection, and revenue control, their approaches vary based on law, tech, and governance. Secondly, smart resale system can work. Secondary markets are not inherently bad, as they help tickets reach the people who value them most. But to save funds rather than profit share, resale needs to be built around flexibility and not speculation. In addition, design beats bans. Tech solutions often offer better control, and fan experiences than strict prohibitions. We also found that collaboration helps. Working with platforms, especially in unfamiliar or permissive markets, help organizers tap into new audiences and better understand demand. Moreover, we saw that visible enforcement builds trust, but costs time and money. On the demand side, consumers want fairness and options. Our survey shows fans value protection and transparency, but also want legitimate ways to resell. However, most are open to stricter rules if they are clear and fair enough. With this in mind, we propose a set of recommendations to help organizers find practical and balanced solutions. Let us walk through them. Too many fans told us they felt confused. During the prevention phase, organizers must take a more strategic approach to education, using clear messaging, multilingual content, and outreach campaign across digital channels. At the same time, there should be increased transparency around ticket allocation, pricing, and resale conditions to restore trust. Finally, rather than banning resale altogether, we recommend certifying resale platforms that meet agreed standard. These could include price caps, making professional resale unprofitable, and identity verification. Collaborating with platforms instead of working against them allow organizers to shape safer, more transparent resale environments. During the event, organizers need to go beyond traditional ticketing. That means monitoring resale activity in real time, detecting patterns of fraud, and investing in scalable enforcement tools like dynamic QR code, technology like Things and Go, used at the Euro 2024 and the World Cup 2022, show how collecting data can support proactive governance. Moreover, since unauthorized channels thrive when refunds are rigid and official resale timelines are limited, by offering flexible refund policies and extending resale listing period, as Paris 2024 did, organizers can reduce the demand for last-minute informal exchange. Active monitoring of social media and clear performance policies also play a key role. In order to future-proof, ticketing policy should not be static. We recommend post-event review, stakeholders dialogue, and the co-creation of new solutions, especially when testing new technologies. Listening to fans and adapting to to their needs will be essential to building a more resilient and inclusive ticketing ecosystem. These recommendations can be tailored by organizers to their unique event type, legal environment, and technology infrastructure, while always keeping the fan experience at the center. There'll be no perfect model, but with better data, smarter tools, and shared responsibilities, organizers can protect access, limit fraud, and sustain trust in live event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move to questions. Dr. Dichter.
Thank you very much. Thank you, group, for your presentation. So I thought this
Congratulations. Now we have a second break, a shorter one. So please be back 4:10, seated, and we can then resume for the last two groups. Now we resume our session, and I would like to thank the two remaining groups who have been so patient. It's not always the best position to be at the end, but I'm sure after this break and refreshment, the audience is very attentive to listen to what you are going to say. So I would like to ask Group 6 to be on stage and start their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jake Zapier, and I'm here with my colleagues Lace Hallendorf and Michael Chimento to share with you our research, Regulate, Sanction, or Educate, examining governance measures to reduce acute head injuries in elite contact sports. Injuries are an inherent risk for all professional athletes in their pursuit of excellence. But where is the limit? How much should they need to risk their health to play their sport? In 2005, scientists linked high-impact head collisions with long-term brain damage. These collisions were a standard reality for many athletes. This is Shane. Shane played 10 years of Australian rules football from 2004 to 2013. Post-career, Shane suffered insomnia, depression, and battled with voices in his head. In 2020, Shane tragically took his own life. After his death, it was revealed that this was due to significant brain damage caused by multiple head injuries. Sadly, Shane's story is not unique to him, nor to his sport. But while the medical community quickly aligned themselves on the treatment of these kinds of injuries, sporting governing bodies have taken different paths when it comes to preventing these collisions. Today, this is still the case. And this was the reason that we chose to answer the fundamental question: what are the strengths and weaknesses of enforcement and education measures in preventing acute head injuries in contact sports? And how can these systems be improved? We chose to do this by comparing three sports: rugby, Australian rules football, and football. Sports where head injuries occur with similar field types, ranges of ball movement, and allowable contact to the head. We focused on two specific non-medical governance measures, being education and enforcement. It's important to separate these measures from things like wearing a helmet or returning to play protocols. While these measures can reduce the severity of an injury, they don't stop the collision from occurring in the first place. That's the focus of our research. Enforcement are the rules that are put in place and how people are punished for breaking them. Say, sending a player off for an elbow to the head. Education is making sure people know the rules and know the potential dangers they're getting themselves into, informing their duty of care to themselves and to others. Think of it like you're driving. Enforcement initiatives like speed limits and like speed cameras are designed to reduce the likelihood of speeding cars on the road, hence reducing the likelihood that you as a driver will get into an accident. Having passed driver's education ensures you know these rules and know why these rules are in place. Our research explores this in a sporting context looking at how enforcement and education reduce the chances of a sporting collision. So how do we measure these? We looked at 3 specific variables. The impact on incidence and severity rates, and what we mean by that is how often are these injuries occurring and how many days would someone miss if they were to have one of these injuries. The impact on behaviour, that is how risky is the field of play that they're entering into when they're playing their game. And the change in culture, being how serious the issue of injury was taken and how resistant athletes were to change in the sport. We analysed these sports first independently and then comparatively through a case study model. Comparing 25 years of data were available in men's and women's elite competitions. We then spoke to more than 30 interviewees in lawmaking, sanctioning, education, and medical spheres to find out why the sports evolved the way they did and where the challenges persist.
So we've looked at the problem. Now let's look at what's being done and what actually works. Starting with enforcement. When it works, enforcement sends a strong message. It tells players, coaches, and fans, this is what we stand for. We saw that enforcement can shape culture. It reinforces boundaries and creates peer accountability, and that matters when it comes to dangerous play. Moments like this one send a signal about what's acceptable. We also saw a correlation between stronger sanctions and lower head injury rates. In men's football, for example, red cards for dangerous contact led to a 29% drop in head injuries over a bit more than a decade. Players responded, they changed their behavior. But of course, context matters. Football introduced red cards for elbow-to-head contact and saw results. But that's the only major intervention they've made. Why? This chart shows head injuries in football are far less frequent. It compares the risk profiles of each sport by plotting how often injuries happen and how severe they are. Football sits in the bottom left with the lowest overall burden. Australian rules in the middle, and rugby in the top right in recent years, with the highest risk. This translates to head injuries happening in roughly 1 in 1.3 rugby matches, compared to 1 in 30 football matches. With lower risk comes less urgency to change. So, the right response depends on the sport. But enforcement also has limits, and some of those limits come down to governance. First, enforcement is only as strong as its implementation, and that varies. Football's 200+ national associations vary widely in culture and resources. Some use video assistant referee, others don't. A red card in Germany might not be given elsewhere, weakening deterrence and fairness. Athletes in well-resourced leagues are protected, others aren't. Second, top-down decisions undermine reform. If rule changes happen without input from athletes, coaches, medical staff, they risk feeling out of touch or illegitimate. Rugby has improved here through broader consultation, but this remains a weakness in Australian rules and football, where reforms can still feel imposed rather than shared. But not every barrier is about governance. Culture and context matter too. Some changes just aren't viable. Removing core elements of play like tackles in rugby, contested marks in Australian rules, headers in football, would change the sport fundamentally. Even if medically sound, these shifts are unrealistic and would face resistance. And finally, enforcement isn't always immune to outside pressure. In all 3 sports, media narratives and coaching influence can affect how rules are applied. This affects consistency and can erode trust in the system. Now, education. When done well, it creates lasting change, not just in policy, but in mindset. It helps players make smarter decisions because they understand the risks. Rugby shows how education shifts behavior. Players now receive sessions on concussion science and long-term effects, which interviewees emphasized has led to more self-reporting. Rugby's Tackle School lets players reduce their suspension by completing focused coaching. And the results are impressive. A staggering 94% of players who complete it haven't been suspended again for the same offense. This indicates education can strengthen enforcement, not just sit alongside it. But education too has its weaknesses. Education efforts across sports are patchy and often poorly followed up. There's also almost no formal evaluation. Most campaigns launch without tracking whether they work. FIFA researchers told us they mainly measure reach, not impact. But reach alone doesn't show whether behavior changed. Finally, each sport incorporates education very differently. Rugby weaves education into enforcement and player pathways. Football treats it as optional. In Australian rules, it's strong in pre-season, but drops off in season.
So what do we take from this? Enforcement and education both have real value, but they work best when used together and when implemented with consistency, intention, and credibility. Rules alone can't prevent head injuries, but when they're paired with education, delivered with integrity, and supported by the sport's broader culture, real change becomes possible. Having seen the evidence, let's take a step back and ask, what do our findings actually mean for decision makers? 4 clear conclusions emerge from the research. First, effective change must be holistic. Focusing on just one lever doesn't solve the problem. It shifts it elsewhere. Enforcement alone punishes without explanation. Education alone explains without consequence. Delivering education at the elite level builds legitimacy and reinforces players' duty of care. But it must also reach the grassroots, where long-term habits form. This dual-track approach ensures effective change. Second, centralization, transparency, scalability, and consistency are essential for both enforcement and education. When different bodies set different rules, apply different sanctions, or don't share data, head injury prevention weakens. Enforcement difference becomes cultural difference, knowledge gaps become safety gaps. Third, implementation is as important as policy. As one World Rugby representative pointed out, applying the medical standard across 133 member unions with different cultures, systems, and stakeholders is far harder than it is for sports like Australian rules. That's why even the best rule means little if implementation isn't feasible. And finally, continuous evaluation is indispensable. Sports and competitions that consistently record head injuries, sanctions, and educational outcomes can spot problems early and act quickly. Leagues that rely on partial or anecdotal information respond late and achieve less. Taken together, these conclusions show that durable head injury prevention demands an integrated system and not isolated measures. This leads to 4 recommendations, each one directly targeting the specific weakness identified in current head injury prevention approaches. Firstly, inform athletes so they can set their own risk limits. Set a clear target for concussion rates agreed with player unions and reviewed regularly. In sports with collective bargaining agreements, make that target part of players' medical protections. This ensures an accountable system and gives a clear signal when action is needed. Secondly, put evidence at the center of every decision. Include a doctor on every rules and sanctions committee,
alongside players and diverse voices from different regions and genders. Make the process transparent, publish meeting minutes, share injury data across sports. That's how we ensure every change is based on evidence rather than opinion or emotion. Thirdly, apply one scalable, consistent sanctioning system that puts player well-being at its core. Use a structured, transparently, centrally managed sanctioning system applied both in play and post-match review, then monitor continually and adjust ban lengths as required. This keeps punishments consistent, prioritizing health, not only spectacle. And finally, tie education directly to the disciplinary process. Use education as a condition to reduce sanctions for lower and mid-level offenses. This can be a coaching intervention to embed long-term culture change into the system. Together, these steps create a single connected framework of rules, sanctions, education, and data that all reinforce one another to prevent and reduce the number of head injuries in contact sport. Shane's story should never be repeated. We hope by following these recommendations, sports could make decisions to give athletes a better chance at a healthy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the questions. Now it's the turn of Group 7.
Not this again. How the tone.
All right, so let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. We're Group 7, and we're going to present you a project from stadiums to safe havens. I'm very happy to see all of you coming back from the last break. So I think you're enjoying the presentation so far. And a little bit about our group. So we're representing Malawi, India, Switzerland, and Poland. And this is us a few months ago, 9 months ago, in Wimbledon. During the Wimbledon visit, we learned that the whole facilities, they're pretty much empty for 11 months during a year, and they're only used for a month. And we said, since we had to do a research project, we said, okay, that could be something interesting. We could deep dive. And then we learned that during the Second World War, Wimbledon was actually the car park of the Wimbledon was actually used was converted to a farmland, right, to support the local population. And we said, okay, that's also very interesting. Let's deep dive. And once we were deep diving and thinking of how are we going to run our research, we came across multiple examples from all over the world where the sports infrastructure was actually used for the civil purposes. And one of the core examples we had was the Hurricane Katrina around 20 years ago in the US, where the Superdome in New Orleans was actually used to shelter the local population and to help them survive the hurricane. And that's how we came out to our research question. How can the world of sports proactively unlock the civil defense potential of sports infrastructure? And before we tell you how did we do the project, we need to get those things straight. So first of all, we had three main objectives related to our work. First of all, we needed to understand what's the SCHLUMPF today, how was the sports infrastructure actually used, and if it's used for the civil defense purposes. Then the policy analysis, so how do the international organizations actually approach this topic? Is it even approached or not? And we had to define a framework so that once we finish the project, there's something useful for the stakeholders in the world of sports, and we hope we've achieved that. And the three key definitions that will help you to understand more about our work is, first of all, the civil defense. So how does the preparedness and the response to disaster work in different places? The emergencies, in our case, that was above 30 use cases. Take a hurricane, take a flood, take an outage of a local hospital in your town, or like a military coup happens. And the multi-use infrastructure. So the cases when actually the infrastructure such as stadiums, they are used for something else than hosting the events, for example, to become a shelter. And now our colleague Nico will tell you how did we actually develop the model to help sports infrastructure help local communities more. Thank you.
So let's start by visualizing two seemingly separate worlds, the world of sport and the world of civil defense. At first glance, they operate in completely different areas. One is built for performance, competition, and entertainment. The other around public safety, crisis response, and emergency management. But when we look deeper, especially through the lens of stadium infrastructure, we begin to see a critical opportunity where these two ecosystems can and should intersect. On one hand, we have the sports pyramid, a three-level structure. So level one
international bodies like FIFA or the IOC, which set global stadium guidelines and influence infrastructure through legacy projects. Level 2, national federations and professional leagues, like the English FA or the Swiss Super League, for example, who adapt these guidelines to fit national contexts and local laws. And at level 3, the clubs and stadium operators. They manage the facilities day to day and are the closest to the communities which these venues serve. Now compare that to the civil defense pyramid, again a 3-level structure. Level 1, global actors such as the UN or the World Health Organization who coordinate large-scale disaster frameworks. Level 2, national governments and emergency agencies. Think of the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the US or civil protection departments across Europe. And again at level 3, local responders like fire departments, local authorities, ambulance services, the first ones to act when disaster strikes. At this current time, there's a disconnect between both worlds. Each pyramid is vertically aligned within its own sector, but there's no horizontal integration and collaboration between them, or at least not enough. This is where our research methodology comes in. We chose a mixed methods approach for the study because during our literature review, we identified a major gap. Most existing research focuses on reactive uses of stadiums during crisis, with little attention given to proactive planning or frameworks for civil defense integration. Much of the current work also is theoretical, lacking stakeholder input or practical implementation strategies. To address this, our approach combines semi-structured interviews, case study analysis, and policy reviews. A key decision was to primarily focus on level 3 stakeholders, so clubs and stadium operators. Why? Because while international bodies like FIFA or UEFA at level 1 and national federations at level 2 shape regulations and standards, it's the clubs and operators who directly manage the infrastructure and are best positioned to take actions during emergencies. These level 3 actors are closest to their community. They understand local needs, risks, and logical realities better than anyone else in the sports pyramid. They also control day-to-day operations, meaning they're the ones implementing emergency protocols, repurposing spaces, and coordinating with first responders. In total, we interviewed 11 stakeholders across 4 countries, including club officials, sports architects, representatives from FIFA and UEFA. We applied a thematic analysis to extract insights from interviews to build a practical, scalable framework for stadium resilience. This bottom-up approach focus ensures our recommendations are grounded in operational realities, not just policy aspirations. And this leads us to our key insights.
To answer a research question, we drew insight from stakeholder interviews, document analysis, and global case studies. From interviews, we found a strong interest in dual-use infrastructure, but current efforts are mostly informal. Clubs are willing to support emergency planning, but need clear policies, funding, and defined roles. Architects also noted that many stadiums have emergency-ready features like control rooms, kitchens that already exist. International bodies like FIFA and UEFA shape design standards but acknowledge that implementation must happen locally. Document analysis of UEFA and FIFA stadium guidelines and the UK Green Guide shows that regulations already promote safety, medical response, and infrastructure resilience. However, these frameworks are fragmented and not formally connected to civil defense planning. With the case studies such as Qualcomm Stadium in the US and the National Stadium in Warsaw, Poland, showed successful repurposing of stadiums for wildfire evacuation and pandemic responses. Key success factors included municipal ownership, flexible design, and cross-sector partnerships. Still, challenges like underutilization and high costs remain. Through this research and insights, we identified 5 major gaps that must be addressed. Firstly, there is no formal policies or legal framework guiding how stadiums can be used during crisis, as everything is reactive. Secondly, there is a lack of financial incentives. Clubs have to face the full cost burden without public support. And an important question regarding whether stadiums generate long-term economic or social benefits for local communities is something that is still being discussed today without any real definitive answer. Third, fragmented governance slows decision-making as ownership is split between clubs, cities, and private entities. Additionally, stadiums are rarely included in defense or emergency planning despite their capacity. They're not built into national municipal responses and strategies. And lastly, most stadiums adaptations only happen after a crisis has begun, therefore highlighting the need for proactive planning and readiness. These gaps informed our recommendation for a practical, adaptable framework that combines funding, governance, and policy tools to make dual-use stadiums a reality. That's exactly where our research steps in, and this Venn diagram illustrates how the world of sports and civil defense already intersect. On the left side, we see stadium assets such as lounges, kitchens, stewards, control rooms, and fan processes. On the right-hand side, we see civil defense needs such as shelters, logistics hubs, emergency responders, and crisis communications. In the middle is the overlap, the shared infrastructure elements, people, items, technologies, and processes. We see kitchens become food hubs, control rooms managing crowds and publicizing alerts, medical spaces serving both match days and crisis. The overlap shows that the stadiums don't need to be redesigned from scratch. They just need to be reimagined. With the right planning, investment, and partnerships, stadiums can evolve from single-use venues into civic infrastructure that serves communities in times of celebration and crisis. And this leads us to next steps with Jay.
Right, so let's now take a look at what we see as the next steps are. And I want to emphasize on next steps and not suggestions/recommendations, because we believe these are grounded in reality, practical, adaptable, doable. Having spoken to a variety of stakeholders from clubs, federations, and stadium design experts, one of whom we actually have here. So at the highest level, level one, we have global leadership. Sports as international governing bodies like FIFA, IOC, and UEFA, they act as norm setters. Whilst they cannot enforce mandates, they do wield soft power. And by collaborating with organizations like the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, the World Health Organization, they can embed emergency readiness into hosting requirements, certifications, and stadium design guidelines, aligning sport with public safety just beyond match days. Level two, we have national implementation. National federations and leagues act as translators. They could embed global guidance into national licensing frameworks, operational policies, and training. This includes stadium audits, formalizing cooperation with national emergency agencies, and linking resilience to funding and recognition. Leagues could also actually go a step further, using their media channels and public messaging to shift perceptions and promote stadiums as civic assets and not just sport venues. And finally, at the local level, clubs and stadium operators, we believe, are the frontline actors. This is why we believe that civil defense becomes more tangible. But what we realize is through the project, what is often missing is structure. And that's where our work begins with a flexible 5-step process. Begins with awareness, introspection. Clubs need to look inward, audit their own infrastructure, assess their staff skills, understand who in their community might need support during crisis. Once the club knows where they stand, the next step is connection. Building relationships with local emergency services, health agencies, and community groups, a lot of which are already in place. Because resilience isn't built in isolation. It's built through trust. With those partnerships in place, it's time to shape the plan, formalizing procedures, creating SOPs, assigning roles, and clarifying how the club will act in different scenarios. Plans, as we know, are only as strong as the people behind them, and that's where preparation matters. training your staff, simulating scenarios, tabletop exercises, and building confidence through rehearsals. Finally, it's about adapting the spaces, not with expensive redesigns and heavy capital investments, but practical, low-cost tweaks. This could include signages in multiple languages, installing hydration points, rethinking concourses and hospitality lounges as shelter areas. Simple changes like that can actually save lives. These steps, we believe, aren't prescriptive. They're just a starting point. This is what we call step 0, a foundation from which clubs can actually evolve, not just as sporting institutions, but as pillars of public trust and community resilience. Because when the final whistle blows and the lights go out, stadiums should do more than echo with applause. The greatest legacy we believe a stadium can leave isn't in trophies or turnstiles. It's in the lives it touches, supports, uplifts, whether in crisis or in calm. Thank you.